Hello, everybody. It is I, Annabeth Munoz, the Queen of Bones, your mummy, mommy, and of course, on a day like today, like every other week, I am the Dungeon Master. We have some lovely music playing in the background from Bardify on YouTube. So, as always, I of course have the lovely party here, consisting of all of the wonderful people it does. Hey everybody.
Hello.
Oh,
Konnichiwa.
Ah yes, we do not have a Necure just yet, but I'm sure they will soon. I guess I did forget to, ping everybody. No. Last week. Last week. Hey, Skylar. What happened last week?
Well, I'm afraid I will admit my notes are not as thorough as they usually are. We're not as thorough as they usually are. But we finished up our fight against those golem-like creatures made out of that weird crystalline material. And then began a conversation with the creature that appeared to be causing all of the corruption within the area. We learned some interesting things from what was implied by this conversation. And during this, the creature who has been talking to Rivet briefly took her over and spoke in familiarity with this other entity. I don't know if I'm very clearly dancing around words or not, but I am absolutely dancing around saying specific things.
Much like the creature itself.
Yeah. And eventually, the entity who has been, who has had its attention focused on Rivet, managed to convince this other entity to, end its advance for the sake of the the material plane, and it took away its marks on the area, and
Yes. It removed its invasive crystals, we'll say.
Yes.
And sealed itself away from this world.
Yes. Afterwards, the party left the cave, and left the mine that the cave was in, and told the foreman about approximately what had happened. The foreman gave the party their reward, and we moved on. After this, we were we've found our. I can't seem to remember what exactly happened afterwards because I ended up very focused on what happened after that. So
Traveled back to the Piers of Ron, reported in basically, and then said, "All right, let's stop off for the night." Found out that the lady you spoke to, that gave you a tip on some of these things, was in fact the deceased mother of the tavern owner, who had a bit of a internal reflective, I wouldn't say crisis, it was kind of a positive thing, just unexpected and disorienting for a moment. But all in all, it seemed to be a positive influence. Remembering where you came from, grounding yourself back to your ambitions, and basically checking yourself to see if you're living up to your intentions. From there, you started to travel north. And of course, bumped into a fellow who seemed down on his luck, didn't really have anything to offer you, but still you gave him a lifetime's worth of gold. Which is funny considering the prices of certain other things. But then again, it's not like a lot of that money for those expensive goods are going to the people selling them. They're going into more goods, and then into more goods. Kitting out the expensive stuff for that moment that an adventuring party heads into your town, and it's like, hey, we got a dragon's hoard of money. I'm like, alright, do you want this sparkly ancient artifact that I hear is really strong? Only most of what you just got from that dragon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shrimp. And the shrimp loaf made by shrimp of the rustic loaf that had freaking an entire breakfast inside of it. Apparently there was a little kobold that came across exhausted Kriv, and gave you little tonics and breakfast that Blick stole and hid because they wanted to be like, hey, look what I found, and take credit for it, I suppose. Or they just wanted to eat it, even though they can't, but you know. And I believe the consensus after that was to head back north, past Deep Root, and across to Guhadha'xa, investigating that last point on the treasure map. While you were at it, for you have the ancient dwarven thrower, and you must return it, as was sworn. I believe that's everything. A lot happened in that episode. And yet to me, I felt like not much happened. But yeah, there was a lot that happened. Now, cross over to the main map here. You made some travels, and I forget how much you gave. Wait, where'd I put the name? Did I name the stranger? Well, the visitor.
If you did, we didn't catch it because it was literally like, hey, he walked into the camp, said, hey, I'm down on my luck. And Rivet's like, here's 50 gold. He's like, oh, well, I guess I shouldn't impose any longer, so I should leave.
It's like, well, that's beyond the limit of things I would accept from strangers. Like, well, bye. I think it was 53 in total, because I think you gave him like 3 gold.
I was giving him 3 gold, and then Rivet just straight up is like, here's money, just lobbed it at his head. Rivet was literally that meme of shut up and take my money.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And this stranger like accepts it, and it's like opening the suitcase in Pulp Fiction, just like, whoa. All right. Well, they departed. You rested for the night, and you're about ready to start making your way further on. You notice that. So it's only now that you notice a familiar sight across the way. As the sun sets and night falls proper, you notice fires lighting up the outlines of a familiar spot, a familiar cliff-top community across the river there that you briefly encountered before. It's funny, for all your traveling, it's only now you realized exactly where you were. And how while your map allows you to travel with a relatively decent amount of accuracy. It is only now that you, for the first time, felt familiar with this land. You look and you go, oh wait, yeah, okay, that's where we are. Oh wait, no, there was another cross north of Guhad'xa that you haven't been to either. You've got one that's on the way as well. Alright, so you wake up, prayer, breakfast, and anything particular this morning anyone wants to do?
Sorry. Sierra is gonna, of course, join the group for prayer, and I need to turn this music down. It doesn't. I cannot talk while listening to music. Need to open this Google Doc. I saved something
in the background.
There we go. There we go. Load.
Oh yeah, and also all of the chitin is prepared as plates.
Oh yeah,
but now you need proper facilities to actually craft the armor.
Yes, I remember that. And it's like, oh yeah, who do we know that would let Rivet just handle their equipment?
Where's the list?
Well, it depends. Are you counting just blacksmiths in there, or the whole list?
Let's keep it easy and just say just blacksmiths.
So 2, I think?
Yeah,
3?
2, I think 2.
I don't think there was the one in Gold Shield, and maybe there was a magic shop owner in Red Mark.
No, well, Red Mark was the black. That's the one that we were trying to get to. Who wanted the iron?
No, that was Gold Shield.
I thought it was Red Mark.
Nah, I think Gold Shield was the place where we did that whole shopping run, where we sold the Max's Mud, and then we went to the blacksmith. That was Gold Shield.
I think the blacksmith I'm thinking of was in Red Mark because it was kind of remarkable that in such a small town there was such like an intricate piece of work. But let me.
Maybe.
What Skylar got in their notes.
Yeah, maybe I'm remembering wrong. Let me scroll back.
Anyway.
Well, I remember.
God damn it. I have it as I have them as being in Gold Shield
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
as
There you
well.
go.
they were
Oh,
a dwarf,
yeah, no,
right?
yeah,
Or were
it definitely was. Yeah, it was the magic shop owner who sold the jawbreakers in Red Mark. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah. So probably at some point on the road, Syrah would have shown her arm to Kriv which had bled when she tried to cast her spell. And there's a new scar on her shoulder that sort of matches one that she'd shown Kriv before in the shape of a moon on her right side. And it's a full circle. Sort of like a sun. But it's sort of darkened. Yeah, new scar. There's kind of... It's not perfect because it was literally a gouge of dark, like, necromancy that, like, cut her herself. But, yeah. And in the morning on this day, she'll pray with Kriv and say, "O Wild Mother, the dawn awakens your creatures of the day and leads those of the night to peaceful sleep. Please give your travelers favorable weather and your subjects good harvest and growth."
Ah,
Yeah. And that's it. She'll put on her elven chain shirt and her robes and everything, and is ready to go.
Even knowing it's futile because of how fast they zoom. Kriv will, like, when he wakes up and finish the morning prayer and stuff, he'll look around and see if he finds any gifts from a certain kobold.
I thought you were going to say
Friendo.
gifts from a certain wild mother.
you look around in search for another absolutely wonderful breakfast loaf. And unfortunately, there is none.
Badge.
It seems
Hold on.
whoever this creature was isn't following you. They just encountered you.
All right. Well, getting into his armor, he'll hook Soldat up to the cart. It's prep for the day. One of these packs.
Oh, could you imagine if this kobold named Shrimp was just this teleporting kobold and just was with you every time you slept? Like hooked to the bottom of the cart, just taking a nap during the day. Anyway, the weather today is indeed favorable. There's light cloud, but a nice breeze. But traveling conditions are favorable, and given your 4 squares of movement, when it starts becoming a good point to camp down for the night, you find yourself approaching Deep Root. from the other side of the river, but that's fine. They have a way into Deeproot from that shore as well.
We're just taking the back way.
Yeah, you get to the part of Deeproot that you don't go to often. It's just like it's not the central part of Deeproot. It's just a lot of more like small huts, just a lot of residential bit back there. I'll move it to the map, even though it's just gonna be a night's stay. I'll bring us to the map.
She says that as she has planned.
What do I have planned, though? That is the question.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
I guess I should put in a curry here. There you go. It's the same Shiko's not here. I'm sure Nikure would like this place.
Yes, I'm sure they would.
So, you pull up the Deeproot. The cart is not where it is, it's on off screen to the west. But you end up here all the same. Any particular plans, or are you just catching up and spending some time and rest and whatnot?
I'd say rest.
Okay.
Yeah, Sierra doesn't have much to do here, but she'll leave Crib and Rivet to their things.
Yeah, Kriv would seek out. Spend the night with her. Under watchful eyes or whatever, just chilling. See how
by the way,
how the rock egg is doing.
sorry, as you're traveling, along the way, it's the first few hours of travel, and then suddenly, going at your speed, you bump a wheel. It doesn't damage the wheel, but something heavy definitely just got hit by the cart.
Guess we stop and just see what we just ran over.
You stop, and you go to take a look, and you see a hand-woven, humbly crafted sack.
Okay. Well, we hit something heavy. That means something heavy's in the sack.
You'd imagine so.
Going to open this sack.
You open the sack, and you see a large amount of gold coins.
Oh, that sounds ominous.
Closes the sack. So, okay.
It's when you notice that when you ran it over, you knocked off a bit of string that had a little tag on it, a little note.
Okay. I will pick up this note and see if I can read it.
Always always believe in the kindness of strangers, and pay it forward, as what you give shall be returned to you threefold. A friend.
Well,
Okay.
Inside is 159 gold pieces.
Not so silly now, is it?
You didn't know this would happen, so
I didn't, but I can still gloat about it.
Okay. Being the honest person, I'm assuming can Curve tell that with counting like the gold in there and the note that it is the individual basically returning their money, but increased.
I mean,
I understand that.
like, Syrah and Thulbrick would have seen anything ahead and avoided it. This just seemed to just magically appear under the wheel of the wagon and notably knock you.
Cool.
There is no
Magic.
other reason you could think as to why there'd be this exact amount of gold here.
I'm given the note of returning threefold. Cool. Curve will count out the 9 gold, which is the triple of what he gave. And then, without saying anything, he just dropped this big sack of gold in Rivet's lap.
that sack of gold's probably the size of it.
Rivet just kind of is like.
I guess then
She
you
gets
see
a very tiny bit of a smug look on her face.
smug cat.
Uh-huh.
Like, you're assuming the crew just like walked out, checked what this was, saw it was gold, pulled some out, and dropped a sack unexplainably in Rivet's lap. Just. Thump.
Alright, so then you have a relaxing evening in Deeproot.
Check in on Rock Egg, see how that's doing. I imagine it's still being warmed up.
Rock Egg is
It
doing
hasn't.
well. Phoenix is like sitting on Rock Egg. But there's also like coals and stuff, and various crystals and like charms that seem to be like draped over it, like decorations on a tree. Like,
Totally fine. Yep.
Yeah, you see Rising Phoenix. Things are going well. I mean, it wasn't too long since you saw each other, but he explains that a lot of these are ways to bond with a creature before it hatches, and should help with taming the creature and being able to raise it when it hatches.
Nice.
Yep. Okay. By the time you would have got there, like, hunt's already done. But of course, there's enough fish and meat and veggies to accommodate you. Including these like, rather hard but surprisingly tasty, like, it's kind of pretty, but I'd call them just like hearty biscuits. Just kind of chunky, knobbly, savory biscuits. That's pretty much good for dipping in everything. And pats out the meal. The nights are as eventful as people want them to be. And morning comes along. As early as you rise for your prayers, the morning hunts group gather and head off just before sunrise as well. Early bird catches the worm and such. And after a bit of chatter and people meeting the Kure, and off you go.
Off to Guhadha'xa, I guess.
Yeah.
I say
Got a hammer to return and some ore to pick up. I think there was an X on the map we wanted to check out on the way here, or
Yeah,
was it
that
after?
too.
How does that?
There was something after, but I don't know if there was also something before.
I believe there is one before, if I return you to the map right here. Oh, I'm very zoomed out. Oh. Here we go.
Yeah, there's two. There's the one there, the one up here.
Indeed. So, 1, 2, 3. Well, this is kind of perfect because the next day of travel will probably leave you on this like marshy little island. Right. However, before that point, you travel. Your wagon approaches a river. Would you like to caulk the wagon, pay the ferry, or fjord it? Okay, yes, but you approach the river. It's definitely not the widest part of the river, it's one of the offshoot rivers. But it still moves fast. And you've still got to try and get a horse and cart across it. The gap across here is a good 35 feet.
I mean, if we can get just the cart across, I can just dismiss Solda, get across, and resummon him.
But how would you get just the cart across?
That's the question. I have not magic. I am just a strong dragon person.
Well, I can do some things if we meet.
I mean, I can try and lead line to a javelin and stick it in one of the trees.
Before we get complicated. Wow. Okay. Before we get complicated, how much is you said we could pay the ferry? How much is that?
Oh no, that was the Oregon Trail joke.
Oh, yeah, I figured.
I see.
This is just a part of the river that has not been no one's taken a stake to this plot of land. You've hit one of the very many just out in the wilds part of the river. Because while this land has recovered, it doesn't have people everywhere. As much as the banks of this river would probably be a good place to set up a little village or something, there is none here. You can make perception checks or investigate, looking for anything that may aid you, ways across, shallow spots, etc.
Are you asking Crave to make a survival check? Because I think that sounds.
Or I said perception or investigation, but survival could also work.
I would like to perception. While it's the same bonus as survival, I have markedly more success with one than the other.
Health doesn't have to be just crit. People can do what they like.
I want to toss a survival check into that.
Alright, just making sure you don't lose your bearings, and also to try and find a spot of the river that looks good to cross. Okay.
Oh, hey, look. Nope. I fall into the river.
You look into the river. You start to think of whether or not the water is wet, or if it just makes things wet.
Oh,
Whoops. Oops. Like, what layer did I put this freaking line on? Whatever, it's fine. Anyway. So. So, Greg, you're studying the river, trying to make your way up along it to see if there's any good spots, but not really seeing any way across beyond noticing the river seems to be quite plentiful with trout. Which, you know, is a pretty good fish for food.
Good source of food, but not finding a way across.
I think I can get us across. I would like to. Well, the river's not that deep, or it might not be that deep. I don't know. Can we? I'm gonna check the depth using Blossom.
Okay, you start checking the depth of the river, and then you stop before you end up losing Blossom.
Yeah, so it's deeper than Blossom is.
Yeah.
Okay. It takes quite a bit of depth to make polymorphing into a aquatic creature valuable, but hmm. How would we get a cart across a tiny little river? We've done this before, haven't we? Or no? We have.
There was a bridge on that one.
Oh,
No,
no.
we forded the river down when we had to cross to the piers. There's no bridge.
Yeah, you found a shallows there.
And then I think we also forded that small river to the south of where the
Yeah,
mill
there was a
was.
rickety old bridge.
That river, and that river. A lot bigger than this one, so I guess we can just try to ford it. Oh boy,
Yeah.
It's deeper than Blossom.
Yeah.
And I have no context for how tall Blossom is.
It's a quarterstaff, or it's a staff. Quarterstaff.
It's like a 6-foot staff.
Yeah. And, well, of course, it's minus a bit for,
Not wanting to lose it.
yeah. But, yeah, plus a bit for all that being deeper than it. So, probably going to take on water if we try to just go on. We could see, how heavy is the cart on its own?
Oh yeah, with all the cargo and everything in it, like.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think the idea is we find a shallow spot.
Yeah, we could
investigate
try.
around, try to find a shallow spot. And
I have an idea. I have, no, that doesn't freeze water. It's kind of cold that freezes water. Dang it. I don't have a freezing water spell. I have a fire dousing spell, but not a water freezing spell.
Let's see, what is the ground clearance of a wagon? With those big old wagon wheels.
Can still toss a rope across with one of my meteor javelins, because it does have a 40-foot range for a minimum.
So yeah, there's like a 4-foot clearance, then there's like the sides of it. With the laws of buoyancy and stuff. Like, hello, outlaw. How you doing? I guess you could just try and make a judgment call on what looks like the shadowest part, even though you can't really... haven't got a dipstick to, like, check. And then just hope Soldar's strength is enough to try and just pull it across. Wait, the little animal? Oh, stream avatars didn't launch, sorry.
I mean, I have a crazy idea.
You're gonna get a bunch of rats to try and join together and carry the wagon across?
No. If we take 2 ropes, tie them to the front of the wagon, I toss a javelin across with one rope tied. We make our way across using that as a lead line, and then we use the 2 ropes attached to the cart and pull it across the river from the other side.
Okay. You know what? If you want to try that, go ahead.
We would still see if we can investigate to find the shallowest point on this river. Stares at the one with positive intelligence score.
Who's just kind of sitting there in their own thoughts as everyone else tries to figure out how to get across the river.
Fucking push to talk again.
Oh.
I have levitate.
Okay.
I have levitate, and I have levitate, vortex warp, and I also can just investigate the river. What button combination am I pressing that turns that on? Oh my god.
Okay.
I think it might be more convenient for you to push to toggle mute.
I am using toggle mute.
But
It's just that push to talk keeps getting turned on, and then I unmute myself, and then I try to talk, and nothing happens.
I think there's a setting to disable push to talk.
It is
Or you
off.
can,
It's just there's some keystroke you can do to turn it on.
You can probably
I must be
find that.
pushing it by accident.
Yeah.
But I can't
Go
find
on,
what it
find that.
is.
Yeah, so it sounds like we can just wade across ourselves, leave it rivet with the cart with a rope attached. Rivet levitates the cart, and we just balloon kite pull it in, and then I just resummon Soldat if Soldat can't swim across. And then there we go. But yeah, investigating and finding the easiest point to do this would probably still be beneficial, as it doesn't even cost us anything.
So the first thing, Rivet will try to find the optimal spot to attempt crossing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll that investigation.
Up with guidance. Okay. Okay.
10. Right there. Right where you are now.
This river is the big bad, guys. We've rolled 2 nat 1s against it. Just trying to get across. This is our doors for Critical Role.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You got a much bigger one the other side trying to get across that. It's practically one of the points where it's a lake, that side of it.
We'll worry about that later. Dude,
Yeah.
dude, may I ask you to release the teeth? Yes, release the teeth.
Release the teeth.
Rivet looks up and down the river once,
He's
and then
biting my sweatshirt.
Oh.
shrugs and places little metal discs on the underside of the cart.
Okay. Pogreg's tying his one rope, because I've only got one. Hopefully somebody else has one.
I don't think so.
Has one.
Okay, so I'll tie it to the middle of the cart and tie the other to one of my mithril javelins, because it's lighter, so it could make it across easier. For a lead line.
Unhook Soldat.
And I'm going to try and throw the rope on the javelin with the rope attached to create a kind of lead line up from this side to the other.
Just roll an attack against the ground.
I would hate to see it, but I kind of do.
Oh.
I knew it! I saw that coming!
What the fuck?
I haven't cast Levitate yet, but wow! That's... wow!
Love this. I love this. This is fun.
Luckily, the rope is attached to the cart, so I don't lose the javelin.
Let the DM decide how that one comes out.
4 ones in 5 rolls.
You throw the javelin.
This is fine.
This is one of your expensive mithril javelins, too.
You throw the javelin, and the rope. You got 100-foot of rope there. And it just keeps going and going. And the rope just falls down. And it's laying flat. But you can't see where the javelin landed because that bitch went. But follow the rope, you should find it.
I'm almost afraid to try and swim across.
Riv is gonna try and swim across.
Also, don't you have a swim speed?
No, turtles do not get a swim speed.
Oh no, they don't.
Nope, it's just we can hold our breath for an hour.
Okay. So
Even
who wants
water.
to hang on to this rope and pull yourself across?
I'm not pulling myself across, but I will hold the rope, so if I get swept away, they can try and reel me back in. But I'm gonna try and ford across.
Okay. And levitate's not being cast, therefore this wagon is still an anchor mass on this side of the river.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, roll athletics.
This will either be hilarious as heck and really bad, or good. We'll see how this goes.
This river's
I
gonna
don't have
TPK the fucking party.
Nikari casts guidance.
Do they?
I don't know. They could.
Mercy,
why
DM,
not?
mercy.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, okay, you walk across. At no point do you really have to tug on the rope either way. You just walk across. You swim across in your armor.
Yep.
Oh, wait, swim
I mean,
checks
there's not
in
really-
armor. Disadvantage.
There's not rules, are there? Okay, I've never seen rules for it. But if you
it's
don't have a
just
swim
stealth.
speed, it's just
Swim speed, yeah.
It's if you don't have a swim speed, your movement is half. Armor doesn't really affect swimming in 5e, but if
You went
Fine.
heavy though, right?
Heavy armor doesn't affect it, apparently.
Yeah,
It just
so-
reduces your speed if you don't meet the strength requirement. It doesn't. It seems like it should, though.
Yeah, it's
just
something
on
I've
the
always
heavy
just rolled
chest of the
with.
weight.
I'm
Uh,
about 360 pounds between all my gear and myself.
Yeah, it just swim speed is. Oh, it's just very difficult if you don't meet the strength requirement, but it just halves your movement speed if you don't have a swim speed.
You know, okay. Yeah, I just said that DC was
I-
higher in heavy armor, but you
I mean,
maybe
I
got
can make
20.
another roll.
If I make you make another roll, it's gonna be a natural one. You know this, right?
Too late. Already made it.
Okay, now you're fine. You get across.
All right. I'm going to reel on the other side now. Reel in the rope to get the javelin back and tie it to tie this rope around a tree so that it's taut.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you get the rope back.
I don't like how you said you get the rope back. Where's the javelin?
At the end of the rope.
Cool.
Oh wait, that's just the grip. What? No, actually no, that's not how that would work. No, you get the loop at the end of the rope back, and there's no javelin in it. You also notice that on this side, this whole island is kind of marshy and stodgy. So there aren't really too many trees, except for like the occasional one on like a dry patch. Because, this is irrigated on all sides kind of land.
There's not a sturdy tree, then I will attempt with my almost 400 pounds of weight to be an anchor point to keep this rope.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Dude, chillax.
So, Breck will go across next.
Yep.
Yep.
Make your athletics check. Okay, you get across. Make me a perception check.
Look for your javelin.
Alright. Heading in the direction you threw it, eventually you find the very tip of it sticking out of this very muddy ground as it seems to have just pierced, just gone into the ground. And it's like the mud it's stuck in is what like pushed the rope up and off of it.
I'll pull it back out. Like, gonna need to clean that. And I'll head back to help with the cart. And I will say this: that roll was almost another natural one.
Yeah, like, I'm not mean enough to have you lose it on just one, that one. Two, maybe. No, I think I'd need the full turkey. Alright, who's next to cross? Or is it this
Well,
point you're just
question-
trying to pull the wagon with everybody else on it?
Well, it's only Nikure, Syrah, and Rivet left. I don't know how levitate works in regards to objects and people on said object.
Levitate. Targets one object, and I can change the object's altitude by the target's altitude by 20 feet, either up or down, and use an action to move the target so long as it remains in the spell's range, which is 60 feet.
Oh, you can move them? I thought you couldn't forward or back.
Yeah, I think it's an up or down movement for levitate.
But I think they
Anyways.
also have no weight, so they can just be pulled.
Yeah, that's why I said we'd balloon, kite, pull them in. But I guess it doesn't matter if people are on.
Oh, if you are the target, you can move up and down as part of your move. Otherwise, you have to use your action to move it up or down. Okay. I misread it.
The spell could levitate a target that weighs up to 500 pounds.
Would be. Soldat will try to cross the river.
Okay.
It's just straight. Just he don't got no athletics. He doesn't have proficiency in anything. He's a horse.
A typical prairie schooner weighs about 1,300 pounds when empty. That's...
Soldat is fine.
Okay, so you'll levitate, you use it. It doesn't actually raise the wagon off the ground, but it takes some of the weight off. And then Suldar just refuses to get untied from it and just pulls the whole thing across the river. The levitate allows it to float a bit better. Therefore, like, not much water gets into the cart. And it gets across. You go to try to untie him to get him across, and the soldier's like, no, I can do this. And Nakure is gonna doggy paddle across. I'm gonna roll a flat d20 just out of, like, why not? 8 plus their strength of... Their athletics is a +0. Okay. They guidance themselves. Okay, they beat 10. They got across the river. They doggy paddled. It's like... it's the most ungraceful thing you've ever seen. It's just like, okay, time to swim, and just kind of like flop and start paddling. But they make it. All of a sudden, you see Blick just kind of disappear under the water and then re-emerge the other side.
Yeah, being made out of steel will do that. Has Sierra gotten across?
I'm not too worried about this day, so I'm just gonna fly across.
Okay.
All right.
Just extend my wings and go flip, flip, flip. Yeah.
So it's just Rivet.
Rivet goes last, just because. Yeah. And she will guidance herself and then just make her way across. Great. Flash of genius.
You start swimming, you start going under, and then you're like, wait, I should also use my feet for this. And start kicking, and then you get across.
It's funny because the rope with Soldat bringing the cart, the rope is no longer there as like a tether railway.
Yeah.
You're like, hold on, I'm using half my power. Yeah, kick. Okay, I'm across. Okay. Yeah, even geniuses have moments of dipshittery, as we'll call it. Alright, you're all across. You're all wet. And you end up on this... Yeah, it's a bit of a bog here. It's definitely some wetland. And, oh, there's another one up here. I forgot how many dots there were. Interesting. But you feel that you're relatively near to, this mark on your map, but now's a good time to set up camp and dry off. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Either that or someone gives you all a prestidigitation blow dry.
Yep, Cyril. Give everyone a once over.
The warm winds of Melora dry you all off.
Mhm.
I like to imagine that Cyril does it to herself first. She like lands on the other side. Wasn't even really that wet, but there was a bit of splashing from Blossom dipping, and you're like,
Yeah.
and your hair goes up, the skirt just goes up.
You know. Just, yeah. It's kind of like my hair right now. Like, it's been a while since her hair was cut, but since I got a haircut, my hair is probably about the same length. So about shoulder length, or a little bit below.
And unnaturally bouncy.
Yeah.
Alright, everyone gets dried off. You find a dry enough spot, that's solid enough ground, kind of pretty much in the middle of this wetland to, it should be good enough for camp. The pegs don't seem quite as sturdy as they go in a bit easier than normal, but it should do. Now let's see. Nice. Nice. Watches are taken, and things are relatively quiet. Yet during the last watch, in the early hours of the morn, in the distance on the river, you hear in the distance, you just hear this. Okay, try to make the distance noise. The voyage is long and the winds still blow. It's time for us to leave her. Oh, the winds must follow the steamer. Leave her, John, leave her. Just in the distance, and you see this faintest light of like a lantern that's like what seems to be just on the front of a rowboat, and a couple of figures singing in the distance as they go by. But it sounded just completely muffled rather than distant. But hey, muffled and distant, same thing. So whoever was on third watch, which by tradition I believe is Riv? No. Yes? No.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. The duration is Bogrek, Rivet, and Kriv.
Yes. So, in the early hours, the witching hour, we'll say, that's you observe that on the river as seems a couple of people were just off on a boat trip on the river. From the sounds of it, drinking. Now, morning comes and you are close to this part of the map. There's not much to hunt in this wetland. Not much in the way of being able to scavenge for your breakfast, so it may cut into your rations. So, with the map in hand, it becomes a bit more difficult to find these because you know now that, like, the smaller drawing of the narrower area, like, isn't here. This isn't the place now that's on the map, but there's still possible locations that something might be here. And you said you might as well check it out anyway, since there was something at one of the other points of the treasure map, even though, well, your estimations where that treasure map could be leading to, as the first point you checked out led to a sweet little girl coming back from the life. From the dead, I mean. Coming back from the dead. Coming back to life from the dead. Sounds like a letter to be written. So, what are the chances that something else might be buried here? That this map might actually be just showing a location that roughly maybe more than one thing was buried. It's worked twice now.
No stone unturned and all that jazz.
We bought a shovel, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. It occurred to me that we did definitely discuss
you definitely bought a shovel.
Because it would be really funny if we just discussed it and then found the thrower and was like, well.
Yep, I've got it in my inventory. It is right here.
Your folding trench shovel. Which is also
I'm looking at it.
Alright. You go ahead, make a... Whoever's looking at the map, I forget, did I say it was survival? Trying to like pin it down? Or like find the general area and then investigation to find what the exact point, like pacing it out and stuff. I think that's what I did before. So, treasure hunters. Give me a survival check.
I got proficiency and +6, so I can either help someone with advantage or do it myself.
I'll cast
I'll help and give you advantage. Because
Okay.
I have +3.
Okay, so I get guidance on it too?
Guidance and advantage.
Yes.
Alright.
Alright, you're looking around and you're like, hold on. Wait, yeah, literally like, oh, I am moving the X. Not too far from where you made camp, there's a spot that somehow looks like the spot on the map. How weird. It's just wetter. Muddier.
Looks like this is the place.
Well,
Yeah.
an investigation check to narrow it down. I wonder who might, roll that.
I wonder. Guidance again. Okay. Okay. 16's pretty good.
16's pretty good. Alright, so. You take a look around, you follow the steps. And, you're pretty confident that where you are is a pretty good spot. And now, Kriv, dig. You take your shovel and you start digging. It's a lot easier than the previous places you dug because A, you have the right tool, and B, it's rather soft ground. It is until you start actually digging up what seems to be gravel. And then after a bit, you hear thunk. And you find a chest that whoever put it here seemed to have put down some gravel as like a housing for it. Whether it be to stop it from sinking further or just not getting too muddy. Either way, you find it. It's a rather dark wood, clad in a rather dark metal, and the top is, it's kind of like, how long is that? Let's see. How long is that? By the way, like width-wise, kind of a standard-sized chest. Depth, it's a bit taller, and like length, it's weirdly a bit longer as well. And instead of just being like the top, instead of just being like your normal chest arch, it's like very circular, like almost deliberately circular. Like round rather than actually just arched. And there is a lock on it. The lock itself appears to be a combination lock. With runes on it.
Oh boy.
Its eyes flip over again with that similar patterning that she cast Detect Magic.
There is magic on the chest.
Is there a school of magic associated with it?
It's a magic item. It is just a magic item. There doesn't seem to be a skill. I mean, yeah, there's no school to it. It's just a magic item. Although as you like pull it out the hole, the mud just falls away from it, as does the gravel.
You said the lock has runes on it.
Yes.
Rivet would like to take a look at them.
Yes, you can take a look at them.
Alright. Is there an associated check or?
There are 11 slots, like for input. There's 11 individual little rollers with these runes on them. And yes. Yeah, 11. Okay, you take a look at them, and do you speak Dwarven? Or at least know Dwarven runes?
Rivet might be aware of Dwarven runes, but she cannot read them.
Imagine Rivet would be aware that Kriv has spoken Dwarven.
Yes, Rivet will call Kurt's attention over Thor. Yeah.
Yeah, Kriv will come and check out this thing.
Yep, okay. You look over it, and yeah, you start rolling through the various letters, and there are like Dwarven runes and stuff, but it's like make me a history check. Yeah, no.
Bad for my +1.
Alright, so you start looking at it, and you start flicking through, and you're like, alright, in terms of the Dwarven written language, some of these, a lot of these combinations just don't make a word, they just make gibberish. So you're not sure if there's maybe only one actual, like, word here that can be made that's actually a word. And you're going like flick, 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 flick. And you think you start to spell out the second half of it is like the Dwarvish. Well, in common it would be the word please, but then there's in the Dwarvish language it's not exactly the word please, but it is a polite request, and you're going the other side, and eventually you spell out damn it, it doesn't actually let you paste them like that. Okay. Hold on, let me just grab a quick snappy do. That is what it spells out. Now you're gonna know what it means. But whether or not you want to tell anyone, it's up to you.
So it spells that?
That is what it says in Dwarven runes and terminology. As one word.
Okay. So clicking those together.
It goes click, and the lock comes off.
Yep. Nope. I don't think I say anything. I just open the lock.
Open the lock, and the chest is there for you to open. And as you open it,
How did you? What did it say?
okay,
Right.
it says dice.
Do Chris?
Well, dice just got rolled, so I think we just got hit by something.
Oh, really? Do you think that? Is that what you think? Is that what you think is going on? Is that what you think is happening here? Is that what happened? I wonder.
You flip
I
it
just
open,
felt.
and you're not quite sure how. You're not quite sure why, but there appear to be 37 large disc or like wheel-shaped things covered in what appears to be some form of black wax. And they're not exactly small either. You kind of look into it, and yeah, this thing's like there.
Just like the haversack, where it's bigger on the inside than it should be.
Appears to be. As there's like a layer of it, but then you notice like a handle on, you pull up, and this is just another row of these wheels, and then click, and then another row of these wheels.
Taking one of the wheels and sort of like finding a way to open the wax without like damaging it so I can close it back up again. Is it what I think it is?
As you breach the wax, there is a pungent smell. You notice this wax appears to be natural beeswax. It's just been colored in some way. As inside are 37 wheels of heavily aged dwarven cheese.
Seeing that, Kriv will look over at Rivet with this cheese wheel in hand and say, "The law said cheese, please."
Like, we're talking like Skyrim size wheels of cheese.
Rivet just looks utterly befuddled.
This was rolled on an actual treasure table.
Actually, Rivet, after a good few seconds of Rivet just standing there, mouth ajar,
Oh,
she
your mouth ajar. Everyone within 10 feet of the chest after that wheel of cheese is broken into could smell the cheese. It is strong stuff. It's dwarven, for Christ's sake.
Does the bag of rats move?
The bag of rats, while closed, is not aware of its exterior.
Whatever you do not open that bag.
Rivet stands up and then just gets back on the cart as if nothing just happened.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Do you push the shells of cheese back into the chest and close it?
Yes.
Do you keep the one you cut into out just to try some more?
Yeah, I mean, we had rested for the night, so I guess we're having some cheese with breakfast.
Yeah, it'd be like a morning snack because you had rations, now you got cheese, so you can just have some cheese. But
we now have a magical chest of 36 wheels of dwarven aged cheese.
yeah, and this is definitely like some form of strong cheddar. Like some cheese that will go with a heavy dwarven ale kind of cheese, you know?
This cheddar is razor sharp.
Yeah. Hey, Weedy. But yes, okay, you close it up. Rivet. When the chest is put on the wagon right in front of you, with the lock back on it and the combination like mixed up and everything. Maybe just a quick perception check.
Sure. Why not? Can't hurt.
Is it just Rivet making this check?
Well, I imagine you've got your wheel, you put the chest up, and then you're moving on. I mean, I guess they could get, like, you're there as well, so you can aid. And it's, yeah, no, this makes sense. Yeah, whatever, okay. I'll say you gave advantage on that, because you have perception, right? You're a watcher.
Yeah, I have perception.
Yeah. Okay,
Wait.
you put it up there.
I think I do. Let me double check.
You better have proficiency in perception, being a watcher.
I only get proficiency. Nope, I don't. I only get proficiency in like a couple things.
Okay, well then,
I have
roll
4 proficiency.
perception check yourself then. As 4 does not notice. 7. You know what? Yeah, sod it. Like, it's a fun detail. You put the chest on there, and you just, like, slide it in. And it's only then when you kind of, like, lift it up to almost eye level and put it on the cart, and you slide it on there, that you notice that on the ends of it, which you weren't looking at before, you were looking just at the front of it, opening up on the inside. On the ends of it is a familiar dwarven figurehead, like as a metal stamp into the wood of the chest.
Cool. Well, now we have a gift of cheese to go with this hammer. Hey, we found some of your cheese.
You found... See, they couldn't have a cheese cave because they lived in the cave. So they had made a cheese chest. So you have King Warmane's cheese store. Whether or not those that stole it from the tomb knew what it was, or not. But here it is.
This is hilarious.
With that, you travel along, and come to this very wide part of the river. Being quite wide and pretty much almost like part of the lake here. It's definitely not flowing like some of the more rapid parts of the river. But it is deep, and it's hella wide. Like, that's pretty much almost an entire hex wide. Now you can also try crossing just a bit further south here to get to the bottom of this cliff and then work your way around to like here. But there's definitely no shallows at this part. River crossing to Wetfoot Boogaloo. Oh yeah, it's like a little pin. It is gone.
Aw.
But also, yes, that is very old cheese. How do you plan on getting across?
Question. No shallow, so trying to ford the river again isn't likely to.
How far across is the river?
See, if you're going this point down here to the south, 30. Okay, trying to figure it out from the map scale, considering the rate of travel that I've given you 4 hexes a day in 8 hour travel time, so that's like 1 hex is 2 hours to get across. That's going the full speed of 60... Wait, 180 feet around? No, it's just 60 feet around, 120. What's your current land speed with the barbarian thing? And also, it's 120 feet around, right?
From what I remember, the cart would double Silva's travel speed, and that would be
120.
doubled again.
240. So 240 feet around. $2,400 feet in a minute. times 60. Is that in an hour? So in 2 hours, which is roughly what each hex is of travel time going full speed. Is 288,000 feet. So, looking at the map, I'll be generous and say half that, trying to get across like this part. So yeah, 1,400, no wait, 144,000 feet. That seems like way too much. Where you are is like just a fifth of that. Like what? Which then translates to like 17 and a half feet. No, 17 and a half kilometers? It's way too much. That scale's way off. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Alright, so, getting across this lower part. That's like... going at the normal, well, half speed if you were trying to swim it. Would still take you... like half an hour. But then I guess if you're dashing to make up for that half speed while swimming, it's like a 15-minute swim. Moving 44 kilometers per hour. Is that's the full speed? The full speed travel time.
Yeah, because I put in a converter, 2,400 feet per minute, and that's 43.9 kilometers per hour.
So each square is roughly 90 kilometers, just to round it up. If each one of those is 2 hours of travel time. Okay. So 56 miles roughly per hex. I mean, that's not entirely unreasonable, seeing this is quite a large portion of the world. But anyway, getting across this river. Even on the thinner part down here, it's gonna be difficult. Especially with a horse and cart, lots of people. It starts to sink in why you've not seen a soul around here. As this does not appear to be a favorable route for land travel.
I will say it's probably more reasonable to double back through deep root. Take a bit longer, but it'd be probably safer.
Is that everyone's thoughts?
I'm putting that out to the group.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just not hearing any counter to that from anyone.
I couldn't quite understand all of it.
I said we could double back to deep root and then take the long way to Guhadha'xa because that would be safer, though it would take longer.
Yeah, I think that might be the best idea here. It would be extremely difficult to get everything across.
Mm-hmm. Not without having to spend some time turning the wagon into a raft.
Exactly.
Alright, boom, 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 boom. Head back. It is getting close to 6, so we will be taking our break. But I'm gonna say... As you're traveling along, you see a couple of guys in a rowboat just fishing on the river. And that's the only people you see traveling back towards Ipu. You rest. You get back across the smaller part of the river because you do the same thing. You don't lose the javelin. It's good. Suldar muscles through again. Yeah, but you pass through Deep Root as it's like kind of in the early hours of your day's travels. You just say, hey, we're just gonna go this way. It's a bit awkward, but you get through. And you start making your way around. Going like across here. And thankfully, when you... Wait, hold on. In the early hours of the third day of travel from that point, you get to this point near Guhadha'xa, which does have a bridge, thankfully. And we'll come back after our break with the return to Guhadha'xa. I'm gonna go ahead and call break time here. Whenever people are back and ready to continue, do let me know as we end up. Oh my god, we've not been here in ages. Look at these tokens. Oh my god, it's Jasper and Ro and Death, and we don't have a wagon. Like, and it's Mark 2 and Mark 1. Aww. And then when I remove those who are no longer here, it's extremely sad. Let's see, that? Yeah, that's still kept the token updated. That's good. We have a Nakure. We have a Rivet. Who's tiny for some reason. We have a Draki and a Black. And a Thorpe. Why is... Why is Blix's token Mark 1? Hold on, I need to go grab tokens from another map. Here we go. Well, I hope everyone's enjoying the session so far. I'm gonna take a little break myself, actually. Refill my hydration and stuff, so I will be right back. I'll probably be unmuting at points just to, like, respond to chat if there is any. But for now, I'm gonna silent and munch. Well, I am back, as are some others. Oh, hello, Hershey. How you doing? Welcome to one of my D&D sessions. As you can see, I have my DM PNG here for such times. Oh, headachy. Oh, mwah, 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 mwah. Let me give you a little head rub. A little rub on your head. Hope that helps out. Mm-hmm. So how's everyone enjoying the session so far? I know not everyone's back yet, but
With all the shenanigans going on, I can't seem to stop laughing.
yeah, some shenanigans.
Looks like the Keurig came on. She's on
Yes,
idle,
right.
but
Yeah, I noticed that. I was so sad when I got back to this map and I saw Jasper and Ro and Mark 1 and Mark 2.
old game.
Yeah, it hit home how long since we've been here and how early in the game we came here.
Guhadha'xa was where my notes ended because my computer's messed up. I haven't taken notes since I realized I deleted my notes.
Oh no. Alright, we have a vaccine. Made his way in on a Skylar. Oh, there's a Skylar. Great. Okay, everyone's back. So you stop pulling up the wagon towards the familiar entranceway to the ground level of Guhadha'xa. You approach and you see the same sort of guards as last time. Not much has changed. You see the in the opening itself, you see a familiar hobgoblin who seems to be still minding this initial gate. Most of all. As your wagon approaches, they step into the gap and look at all of you. Hold. Who approaches?
Kriv is going to pull out the insignia of Guhadha'xa that they had received the last time that they were here. Say, friends who will come by once again. Visits, go downward if possible.
They walk over to the wagon, look a bit closer to the mark. Oh. Welcome back then. Alright. Pull on in, next to the rest of the wagons. We'll keep an eye on it. And, your wagon looks so much bigger than the other wagons, purely for being able to fit all the tokens on it.
Yeah.
Like, much like not each of you is taking up the 5-foot space, the wagon is not actually taking up this much space. You notice that the shop that is was here before, the general little goods store that also has magical items. There is a brief peeking out of a certain goblin with a very large nose who seems to be looking among you, noticing a lack of a certain someone, and heads back inside.
Yeah, I gotta make sure that those things are actively enchanted.
Yeah, but I swears I didn't know. Really? Alright, okay. So, everyone disembarks, and once again, a familiar armor-clad hobgoblin guards the elevator down into the depths. As to most of you who have not been here before, Well, it's only two of you. And one of them's not here in terms of their player, but Dobrik, you come across a rather simple looking little, what appears to be the remains of a once stone-walled town that now appears to have been built upon and reinforced with palisades and wooden buildings, as well as a strange contraption that hangs what appears to be a box or a cage of some kind above a very large hall.
Wonder where that goes.
We're about to find out. 'Cause that's
Down.
where we're.
Right. Thankfully, your mark as the friend of the city gets you onto the lowering box. That also is also the rising box at times. It's a tight squeeze. In fact, you have to like split up into two separate trips, which takes a while
Yeah.
because it's a long way down, and it's
It was tight to begin with, and now we have big Dobrik along with big Crow. It's
yeah, like big Thalbrek, I'd say Nakure and Rivet should be able to fit on one trip. Blix can wiggle on in there. And then it'd be Syrah and Kriv. And Draki, because Draki's been hanging out on Syrah's shoulder because they wanted to.
Yep.
And you get lowered into the darkness. And before all of you, as you descend, the sprawling underground city that most of you know to be Guhadha'xa proper. As this light in the back of the picture is where you descend from.
Both me and Dobrik are speechless.
As you notice, built onto the walls and the various different platforms that seem sturdy enough to support more of the town in this large, eroded away, strangely formed cavern down here. Much like before, most of the races you see once here are of the goblinoid variety. Mostly, of course, goblins, orcs, half-orcs, hobgoblins, occasionally a bugbear, and occasionally scatters of some others races. Some of elven, some of human, but they are definitely in the minority here. As you are now in Gobbo Town. Takes a while, but eventually all of you descend onto this platform. It's very clear, like as you walk around, how that some of this appears to be some form of original stonework buildings with a lot of wooden buildings that popped up around it. It seems like they've used what they can of what ruins were here and just kind of ramshackled. Well, not ramshackled, that's a bit too... They built around it and built up from it. But it still looks... see, even like patchworky sounds like too shabby. The newer houses are built well enough to last. It's not like... It's not ramshackled, like it's just glaring where there's the buildings of whatever this place was before and that which came after. Alright, what are the port of calls?
What are the Court of Calls?
Where are you going?
Well, I guess first we should probably see the boss to actually get permission to the mine. And permission to be part of the Black Iron.
Alright.
Since that was part of our purpose of being here, was to take...
Yeah, we could go into it offering to do work if that'll sweeten the deal.
We'll figure it out. That's we'll go and basically be like, hey, we're here, this is what we'd like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't put the names. Okay.
Yeah, let's go see Morzog.
Morzog, yeah. You see, I started naming, like, putting names by some of these characters. But then some of the artwork is just artwork. Alright, yeah, you head to the, well, for most of you, the familiar, it's a, like a standard wide stone building that at the back of it has, part of it has like a extra couple of stories. Not quite full on tower, but it is definitely, it's a tower, it's just a short tower. And yeah, as much as it has been quite a while since you have been here. Oh wait, let me reply to the artwork for Texas' sake. Morzog, was it? Hey,
I think that's what I said.
Yeah. Morzog?
Should be.
There. Heading up to the office. The guard at the door goes, just kind of just nods at you and opens the door. And sitting at his desk, with maybe just one extra silver hair in his well-kept beard, and his dreadlocks that are very well kept stuff, is Morzog. And he looks to you, and he takes just a moment, just a few seconds, and for his eyes kind of open a bit more in recognition. Welcome back, friends. Yes. Some new faces among you, but welcome back to Guhadha'xa.
Truly is a pleasure to make our return. Like,
No, if this
How
was
have you been?
merely a visit for leisure, I don't think you'd be in my office. There's some business between us.
There is. He returned from up north. A blacksmith there was particularly interested. Black metal, gesturing to the Rivet House,
And was hoping for a bit of a sample in exchange for some goods that we had hoped to acquire from them. So we came with the hopes that we could delve in, procure some services.
Ah. Well, we have, of course, retrieved some of this material from the tomb. I'm sure we have some that we can sell.
also have some food below.
Sorry, you're really choppy. One sec.
It's probably my computer because I'm talking, but it's also trying to cut out the fan noises.
Oh, right, yeah.
We also have business below with the catacomb. Something that was lost that we would see return.
Okay, well. What is it you need to return there?
Okay. Okay. Right. Something that belonged to the king of the dwarves he was united here, and he's returned we promised in exchange for the interest in the
Well, the hauntings to stop.
Ah. I've heard some tales of there still being many a shade around there, though they haven't been as lethal as last time. But
We're hoping
to have
for
them...
this.
You carry on, sorry.
We're hoping that this will stuff us.
something that was so fun to be seen next time.
Ah, well, if it will put this matter to rest, pardon the pun there, then by all means. Will you be needing a guide once more?
I believe we can make it right.
Alright.
Thank
Well, then it will cost me nothing to allow you to do this. And given what you say, be of good benefit to me and Guhadha'xa.
Thank you.
As for the dark iron, well, we have some, but if it is to truly leave these ruins as peaceful and easy to explore, then I will say that we have not counted how much dark iron is down there yet. In fact, there are still some veins that may... with some investigation, find ways to make more. I'm sure the dwarves that should be resting there would very much like to see these materials put to good use, and for their knowledge to be passed on, rather than left to go to waste. Perhaps ask them before you put them to rest.
I believe we will. I'm sure our own Rivet here, Pat's Rivet, would love to learn those techniques for stuff as well.
Well, good seeing you, and hello to you. And to you. We have not met.
Fulbright Upa. Pleasure.
You may simply call me Morzog. I am not one for titles. I just do what is best for Guhadha'xa. Oh, Neri, yeah. We have the Total Barbarian, which is Philbrick. We have Rivet, the Gnome Artificer. We have Scylla, the Aasimar Divine Sorcerer.
Yeah.
And we have the Dragonborn Watcher Paladin, Clip. And we also
Indeed.
have Cute Wolf Girl, Bard, Nakure, who's not currently here.
Yep.
That is who's in the party right now. So, may your travel be without treachery. But you've been there before. I'm sure you know the hazardous spots. Safe travels to you.
Thank you. And may your days be safe, prosperous.
As long as I do my job right, they will be. It's the Nakure! Yay! Hey, Shiko.
Hello. Apologize.
It's okay. Alright, to catch you up, we traveled to Deeproot, which is this cool tribal village in the swamp that Kriv found their strong barbarian wife in. And Rivet found a motherly figure to enjoy the company of and become good friends with. There's lots of fish and good people. We checked out one of the other spots on the treasure map. You found a dwarven chest of dwarven cheese. 37 wheels of cheese, in fact. And now you are just getting to Guhadha'xa, which is this large underground, mostly goblinoid city. So you got goblins, you got hobgoblins, we got orcs, we got half-orcs, you got all sorts of people down here. Scatterings of like elves and humans as well, but it's mostly like the goblinoid races are the majority here.
Finally, people I can talk to.
But yes, you just spoke to Morzog, who's I in the character channel. I like replied to the artwork of him, and he's just given you the party permission to go back to the Dwarven Ruins, as they have previous oaths to fulfill in returning a treasure back to the ghost of the king there, so that he can rest at ease. Yes, very cute tiefling dragon sorceress. You
I
did tell me
see.
about Mary. So you're here. End of the day, Nakura is like, oh, big underground city full of goblins and other goblinoid creatures. Friends. Puppy wag
Just-
tail.
Wiggles the hips.
And also there was an elevator to get in here. Basically a full, like a Dark Souls style elevator. It's just a cage with a big chain and gets cranked down. Like,
No.
alright. So, it's about early afternoon. Well, once you got down here, like say 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Do you plan on departing right away, or do you plan on doing anything else?
I don't think there was anything here on lower level to do that. Particularly did. I think it was just looking and waiting for the guide. But I think so. I think we can just go. We're pretty well stocked on stuff.
Yeah, okay. So, you start your travels through the many underground tunnels and to the depths of the ever-expanding caverns that seem to go on forever under the entire Badlands. Finding familiar tunnels. And whoever's trying to lead, make me a survival check.
I'll give advantage.
You are
I'm
proficient,
Yeah, I am
but
proficient.
yeah,
so,
you are proficient, but you don't know where you're trying to go. You've not.
Add in the fact that the entire map is completely black to me.
You have light, but it's probably hasn't given. Your token's not here.
Oh right, yeah.
It's still the old team.
It is the old team. Hold on.
I see Mark. I see Rob. I see Rivet. I see Spot. I see is Spark too?
No.
Oh, that was tiny itty bitty Rivet. I think that just
That
pooped off the
was.
map.
That's okay. I'm copying you from up top. Oh right, this map doesn't have a grid. I forgot. Beep. Yep. Beep. Yep. Beep. Yeah, looks about right. If I remember rightly, there is a big... Yeah, there's a... You can't see what I see because of the dynamic lighting. Good. Okay. So you return. Oh wait, hold on. Survival check.
I mean, I iconically do not have good rolls with this. Who amongst me, Rivet, and Sierra have proficiency with survival? I
Okay,
don't. I'll say that now.
yeah.
I think. I mean, I have the best out of the best wisdom out of us, so that's basically it. I don't have
Do you not have proficiency?
Nah, but I have +3. Yeah, it is dark down here, so that could be part of it.
I mean, I'll say I caught my maul up.
We also
Um,
have that mirror light lantern. It's super
Yeah.
bright.
Yeah, but those that can roll are those who've been here before, because this is not a map. This is not like.
Well, all the rolls. How I
Yeah.
do.
we said we saw goblins, right?
No, the
Oh,
goblins were in the city back before.
Yeah, you're like heading into some like deep tunnels into this vast cavern system that just seems to sprawl under quite a lot of the Badlands. But yeah, okay, yeah, those rolls are good. You have to stop and like find a good spot just to spend the night, which is really such a strange thing. Oh wait, hold on, I'll put the wrong ambience on right now. I need to change that. Because like in this empty let's see, with these vast, like, so many, like, columns and floating platforms of, let's say here. Yeah, there's this strange wind that passes through, in the otherwise complete stillness of the cavern. It's a eerily quiet night. If it is night, you're underground right now. It's difficult. How much bright light does your maul give off again?
30 feet bright, then an extra 30 feet of dim.
Make sure everyone's got their visions on their token.
Well, I can see now, so yay!
Okay, that's everyone. Okay. There's not many creatures in this space. There's not a lot of mass for things to tunnel. There's not enough anything really here to be much of a hunting ground. Sure, there are small cave-dwelling, like insects, and that's enough for some creatures, but none of them that are, like, big enough to be a threat to you, at least not that you encounter in the night. It takes some time. But it's that loud silence with the slight wind and just the caution that it forces upon you, seeing that below this platform that you are resting, you have no idea how far down that is. And the structure of these caverns while clearly having held up to the test of time, still don't invoke a lot of confidence. But eventually, through different watches, and all of you at least to get some rest.
Don't like that laugh.
Some of you might have some interesting dreams.
Spooky.
Go and I go to sleep, I guess.
Yep. Hey, Skylar, can I borrow you for a second?
Shit.
Oh God, no! Oh, fun!
Hi.
Hi. You get to sleep. Because this gloomy cave, the strangeness of it and the loud silence of it all, not the strangest thing you've had to experience. This time it's definitely a lot less floaty, now that you've secured your connection with Tangle. You're straight away just at that platform, at the top of that tower, in the vast, broken void that seems to be what's left of the Tangle's domain. They take form in that androgynous but kind of feminine in the places you want to see it. Kind of, I better find my permit, kind of not awful looking. Out of that orb of nothing.
Not 50.
Almost ferrofluidy, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, tell me,
We're flirting that one.
oh, did you mute when you meant to unmute? And
I didn't hear what you asked. However, my roommate is talking loudly, so I suddenly had to mute.
oh, okay, all right. You didn't ask. They just kind of took form and so when. So okay. What is a strange boneyard of caverns you find yourself in? Tell me. I don't think I was with you when you were here.
You are correct. This is a very old dwarven tomb. Ruins, rather. It contains the remains of one Calm Warmane, as well as King Earth, what his name was, as well as the late king. They were invaded prior, a long time ago by some external, perhaps elven civilization, and wiped out during a surprise attack. It is where I forged my shield.
Ah. Even in death, you managed to find knowledge. It is good when the secrets do not die with the people. And at least you can know they existed. And carry on what they had made into this world. Though sometimes it is best left buried. Given the size of your shield. And the times that I'm sure it has aided you to remain in a state of living that you are of interest to me. I would say this is knowledge worth preserving. But why do I feel so strangely closer? I'd noticed after the previous few hours of your realm that you stepped closer to me somehow.
Interesting.
Interesting indeed.
Rivet stops and ponders for a bit. Perhaps there are items of interest or places of interest within these ruins I have not yet found. There was if I remember correctly, there was something.
If you are closer to me, then that means you may be closer to the betrayer. Be careful, my Rivet.
If I remember correctly, there was a portal stone thing somewhere in these ruins. Could that have anything to do with what you speak?
Perhaps. Betrayers found ways to bridge from this ruined world to yours. And an anchor would indeed be needed. Perhaps it is why I even managed to find you at all.
And it is perhaps worth investigating.
Proceed by caution, though, Rivet. It is the betrayer's hand that anchors it here. And it would not exactly be me you would come to. More some form of domain that he held here somewhere. Perhaps in one of the other towers. But for now, get your rest. And remain alert.
Evan, Evan.
Until then. And they pull back into that orb, returning to the formless state. And you get your rest for the rest of the night.
Oh boy.
Morning comes and you all wake up. Nothing happened. With your checks, not long into the next day, you arrive at the familiar, open, carved passages of the old dwarven ruins to what remains of the kingdom of Wormy. Welcome back, some of you.
Before we continue onward, I should let you all know that it would appear that the Tangle has some presence here. Whether it is something you're already aware of or not, I am uncertain. But it might be possible we run into something we are not expecting.
I mean, we already knew that thing had some.
One more time? Your mic is cutting in and out.
We already knew that this thing had some sort of connection to the place based off of the stone that Jasper interacted with.
You are correct. It does not find it unlikely that this is the presence in question, but it is nonetheless still possible that it is something else entirely.
Yeah, I spent 100%.
And if that is the case, we should be at the very least. I would be remiss if I didn't warn you at the.
God, they are talking loud.
Oh,
Yeah, they are. It's. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just that the way Mike's is balancing the audio, it's like they're the same volume as you, and it's making it hard to hear you.
Great. Marvelous. I'm just gonna sit closer to my mic and hope the auto balancing will favor me.
That's good, because I haven't heard them now that you're close to your mic.
I guess
They also
there
haven't
are.
been speaking.
Okay, there they are.
Yeah.
It's definitely quieter now that you're closer to the microphone.
Alright.
Alright, okay, so I'm sure you remember remember the way, and you imagine well enough that Warmane's probably at least the best place to go meet with them is probably in the throne room. Especially since you know that that's where his private armory treasure room was left empty.
Yeah.
So, as all of you proceed through, Nakure and Thobrek, you're seeing these ancient dwarven structures crumbled by time and... Well, not even that. There was definitely a battle here. As I'm sure that Kriv may tell you on the way through that this place used to be a thriving dwarven kingdom, but at one point they were invaded by Drow, and not sure how long the conflict was going on for, but at one point they managed to use tunneling magic of some sort to circumvent the defenses, and King Warmane, before he could even take up arms to fight their opponent, was riddled with arrows and darts and all sorts that just gave him a bad death, we'll say. It was not there was no battle. He was taken down before he could defend himself. It was the way around again. Oh yeah, through various means you have to climb a rope up onto this balcony to avoid the oh wait, no, sorry. If I remember correctly, didn't you return the head to the adamantine golem?
Yeah.
You
Yes, I
did.
believe we did.
We did.
Yeah. Therefore you
Absolutely.
were allowed passage, yeah.
Yeah.
So, as you head into this large hall with lots of defensive kill hall, and as well as you see a huge, lightly, I forget adamantine, it's a lightly orange.
I always thought it was like a green.
Is it green? I know
Okay,
it's green
like,
in
I was-
RuneScape. But either way, you see this huge golem with a massive sword that, as you approach, kind of becomes active, looks to all of you, notices the familiar faces among the party, and then just points a big finger to Nakure and to Thobrek.
They are with us. Will abide by the rules of the king.
What language do you say this in?
Dwarven.
It loads its finger. And just lowers its weapon back onto the ground and just puts both hands on the pommel. And kind of goes idle. The eyes are still aglow, but it's just statuesque at this point. And you are able to go by this massive machine of death.
That I would love to have armor made out. Hey, we have proper board here where Rivet made her awesome shield.
I have no idea if Rivet will be able to make use of that forge again. However, if she can.
Who knows? It could be an option. But I believe it's a first things first situation where you're just heading for the throne room at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, we have.
That was just that. Hey, I remember there was a forge in here that made an awesome magical weapon or item, really.
You approach, entering the throne room in its ruined state. The toppled throne, the tunnel in which they burrowed through and assassinated the king rather than actually try to fight. in the large open mouth of the tunnel down to the ransacked treasure room. And as you approach the familiar shade, oh wait, hold on. No, because you gave them like a warrior's death. There was still like the
steward was left.
Yeah, the steward was left. As of course he keeps inventory and stuff, so therefore the hammer not being there, so the steward appears. And looks at all of you. Well, I have to say it's good to see you all in good health again. In Dwarvish. This is all in Dwarvish. So those who don't know Dwarvish? Nope. Shit out of luck. But he talks to Crib.
Crib approaches. He got the box that has the hand, setting it down. We've come to return King Warmane's weapon, stolen by the invaders. Now recovered. He'll open the box.
Very good. Now, if you wouldn't mind returning it to where it should rest. I have not the hands for carrying things. And then
Nod.
he turns and he heads into the treasure store. There are a few chests that are still missing. But the one at the head, the one where King Warmane's weapon was meant to be set, has its own perfectly fitting custom-made pedestal.
Crib takes the box, and you can't lift the hammer. Budget. I'm gonna set the box next, like as up against the pedestal if I can, and I'm gonna try to lift the hammer onto the pedestal. But I'm gonna whisper in Dwarvish as I grip the handle. King Warmane, when you think to give you back your weapon.
Now, I believe the pedestal is like for the chest, but then there was the statue of Warmane, which had his like empty hand.
I thought
if I remember correctly.
maybe. I don't know if we actually entered. Did we enter the treasure room? I don't remember.
I believe you did, and it was like ransacked and stuff.
Probably. It was a long time ago. I don't remember too well.
Yeah. Either way, there's definitely a place to set the chest and return the weapon.
I thought the chest. So, chest on the pedestal. Guess I'm gonna try and lift the hammer to put it in the hand of this.
Okay, goddamn, I have to scroll right back in my notes. Hold on. See if I've got this. This was a session like down in the 30s or 40s here. Yeah. Nope, it's earlier than that. Here we go. 27. Yeah. Bone whistle, yeah. Yep, there it is. Tells to find his hammer, for it should not remain in the hands of the unworthy. Yep. Yeah. The details of how it's housed and stuff, but anyway, you are able to, return the chest, and,
So
yeah, actually, no, I'm remembering now. It's like a picture, not of King Warmane, but like definitely a ancestor of King Warmane before him that has like two hands out, palms up, where like the hammer would fit across to rest in both palms.
hey, yeah, was this the room that was under the parents' crypt? Like they had the crypt at the bottom fell out?
Oh,
Because
was
there was
that
stuff
here?
because that's
There
where
was
I
stuff
thought that
down
stuff
there. Yeah.
that was missing, and I thought one was a hammer.
Maybe. Well, wherever, because this was so long ago.
Yeah.
You head to X treasure room,
Yes.
and you
I'm gonna try and put the hammer back in the spot where it's supposed to be. Yeah, there's the pedestal, but I want to try and slot the hammer again to return it to the hand of it.
yes. In this moment and in this time, having returned the hammer to its rightful place, you take a hold of the hammer, and that is the most perfectly balanced weapon you've ever held in your hand. You pick it up and you feel it, and you're like, never has something had such a heavy head to it, and yet somehow felt like doesn't feel like top heavy somehow. Like it feels just right. And you reverently place it into the hands of the old dwarven king before the one you spoke to in spirit. And it sits perfectly in those hands of the worthy as it leaves yours and now rests there.
Riv takes about 2-3 steps back, bows his head, and says, once again in Dwarvish, "And so a promise kept. May rest find you at ease on the other side."
Alright. So, with that, the steward turns to you. May no one ever question your worth or your honor again, Cliff. We have nothing more to give you. But that is not. Sorry, my accent went weird. That is not what drives a man like you or I.
Crib acknowledges it with a shake of his head. No, it is not what drives us.
However, should you find any other treasures that once dwelt here, know that I bequeath responsibility of them to you. Should you find them, they are now by right yours. And with no more business or inventory to keep account of, I will join my king and my family. We return to the Great Hall and finally leave this place. Thank you. And tell me all your friends thank you as well. You honor, let's say thank you, let's say you honor me, like, instead of thank you, yeah.
The honor is mine. Yeah. I would ask. My friend has forged some of your black iron here. Do any of your smiths still roam? And I wish for their technique to be passed along. Their final request for move along to be with their brethren.
They have long since moved on. But should you find any notes or carvings, as I said before, they are now yours.
Perhaps not. Then may you go and be with your brother and lift the mug. You know.
May your bloodline be strong as your arm, friend. And then he fades away. There's a flash, and his spirit loses its form and raises up, moving on. The air in this place somehow thins. Not in a bad way, but like tension has been released from it.
I guess that, yeah. Crib will turn to the rest of his party. Okay. Well, none remained that know the ways of crafting the iron, so we cannot help more of that.
Oh yes, to clarify, him bequeathing the rest of the inventory to you means that the chest of cheese is now by right decreed yours.
Yeah.
Automate good rat bribes.
By right of honor, I bequeath to you, my dearest and most precious possession, my chest of 37 wheels of cheese.
Hey, man. Dwarves take drinking seriously, and this is like the ultimate drinking snack.
Yep. There is, like, in Valhalla or wherever, a very happy cheesemaker looking down, being like, "They found my cheese. Oh, capite. Enjoy that, friends."
Indeed. Okay. So, yeah. Kriv passes along that there's no one left that knows how to forge the iron, but there were notes or carvings that potentially could be found with the techniques. And that, yeah, the dwarven treasures that once were housed in the kingdom that have been scattered by the invasion are now all belong to us by bequeath to honors.
Right. So, with that, I assume the next stop is the forge.
Yeah, we can check the forge to see if it can be. If it can't, then we just go on to harvest iron.
Okay. Right. So you get to this part where there was some of those undead dwarves mining here. You don't notice any, but you do notice just a couple. They appear to be not mining it, but they're definitely like prospecting it. They're like seeing where they left off. They're like chipping into it a little bit just to see if there is a vein there. Like, basically making notes, just seeing what sort of size of a team they might want to bring down here. And then, of course, the logistics of that operation. And there's paperwork being done, just trying to figure out, like, if it's worth setting up an operation here, and if so, how many people, how many, like, what do we have to build, like, what can we use? But yes, then there's these stairways up here, which I'm gonna let Rivet go in front of as it ends up coming to this hallway. And then I'll put the rest of you in, like, here. And okay. Yes. Definitely. Oh, you got me. You got me. I was expecting you to have to, like, twist and turn on that for a long time there, Skylar. Yeah, definitely 37 being a prime number. Definitely has significance, but you know, that's above table knowledge. Rivet have to try and, like, figure that out with some rolls, because it's such a big deal.
Dwarves have base 37. That would be so inconvenient. Oh my god.
Yeah, especially since it's prime, so that doesn't.
So inconvenient.
You can't split that up. That's why base 12 is a thing, but you wouldn't do base 37.
No, now I'm imagining now. It's like all those other compartments in the chest is like 36, and then when you open the chest, it's just this singular, like, oh, one wheel of cheese, like, at the top, just on its own.
Yeah, it's like a baker's dozen. They made 36, and then they got an extra one. Maybe. I don't know.
I think we're looking way too deep into number 37.
I don't think we're
Yeah.
looking deep enough into the number 37.
That's true.
I'm looking at the random roll of
It was a D100, sure, whatever. But
Hey,
I
the
see
best,
D6 right there.
sometimes
a
the best
fireball
pieces of
roll.
lore are just utter bullshit, alright?
yeah, that's true. Alright.
Hey, I write lore for Val to learn as it's being played. It's like, oh wow, hey, cool, that sounds great.
Well, we should probably go find.
Smithy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and other things. Oh yeah, that's the third smithy that we forgot about. Doesn't happen to have a blacksmith here.
Yeah.
But it might have gotten damaged. She rightly remember. But find out if it's usable. If it's not, well, moving on.
Okay. You, head down that hallway, and it's not as silent as you would have thought.
I hope so. We cleared the place out pretty okay.
As when you approach, you hear a voice speaking in Goblinoid. Goblin tongue.
I do not speak that.
I'm listening.
Ah, yes, of course. Whoop. Bop. Okay. You hear... Ledoit, you just click on your name to see when you've been following since. You should say following since blah blah blah. Anyway. You hear hi. Who's there?
Hello. Hi. I'm just gonna call out.
Nukurei from the back of the group starts calling up in a language that nobody else knows. As you round River, as you get to the head there, you see that sitting on that little stall in front of the forge, seemingly like reading through paperwork, is a goblin. And they call back to you. They like kind of looking over like towards you, and they see you, and then they just start talking like as if they're talking to you, not knowing the voice was not from you. But it carries down these halls. Oh, I was not expecting any other visitors. Hi. Who are you? Should I get my axe?
No. I was raised by Goblin. I stay in Goblinoid.
Who's talking to me? The voice is not, mouth is not moving on the one I see here.
I'm gonna kind of like pry, squeeze myself in between everybody and pry forward.
Rabbit shuffles into the hallway to allow more people in.
Also, you see this goblin with bright yellow eyes, bright red hair that's like pulled up into a single just top floof. Wearing like a basic top with like a leather like brace that has like tool belt bits on it. And they are just got a cute little face, and for a goblin, definitely use their arms a lot. But some hard labor. And given their location, possibly this place does have a smith. Not working the forge, they just appear to be trying to figure it out from the looks of things. And as you as people come forward and shuffle forth, kind of like into the room, like they kind of like look at the people who aren't talking, like you, Rivet, and they just like gesture you in, like, and they raise a hand, and then just in common, you're not sure how many words they may know, but they at least seem to know one, and that's hi.
Hello.
They just nod. And do people move? Does everyone move into the room so Nakuri can get by? And Nakuri can get by anyway. You can move through friendly spaces.
I imagine I'm kind of like at a moment where I'm kind of like trying to like squeeze through like a dog would. It's just like trying to get through everybody and just squeeze my way out of the crowd and in front of them now. And I'm like adjusting myself gently, and I'm like, hi.
Oh, hey. Now the voice is coming from a person. That's good.
Yeah. And I'm gonna kind of gesture to everybody. These my friends, and point at them, and then point at myself, and because I imagine I'm a very animated talker.
Yeah, they're like, oh, she's like, looks at you and like, oh, that's great, nice, good. They look like a colorful bunch.
And I'm gonna nod very, very excitedly, like a dog, I guess. And I'm gonna kind of like look towards the ceiling, just like without moving my head, and I'm gonna be like, where are we? Where have we been? Where are we now?
From the looks of it, this is like, looks like what was a forge for this place. I found these like notes and these like slates that have like I don't know Dwarvish, but I got a book. I'm trying to see if I can match things up and try and like figure it out. But
I'm gonna see if I can barter with her for it. See what I got in my satchel or whatever. And, let's see.
Oh, I guess.
Be like, is it of use to you? Can I try to buy it?
Oh, it's totally of use to me. I mean, if I can try and figure out how this all works and maybe try and use it, then I don't know. I think I can make all sorts of cool shit.
Are you a smith?
I've done some stuff. I've made things. I didn't like go to like school for it or anything. I just kind of just started doing it. And my name's Gneeks, by the way.
I'm gonna say in common, her name is Gneeks, and then I'm gonna look at
Gneeks.
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 Geeks.
Gneeks.
Gneeks.
You said it kind of right the first time. You just put too much of a gap between the g and the n.
Oh, Gneeks.
Gneeks,
Just
yeah.
real quick, Gneeks.
There you got it.
Gonna tell everybody it's Gneeks. Gneeks is here. Their name is Gneeks. And then I'm gonna look at the group and be like, apparently there is Dwarvish writing in a manual of some sort. The party. They found a book with Dwarvish writing. This Gneeks did.
Biff knows Dwarvish, I know Smithing.
Yes, I believe that is actually something we've been looking for.
And I'm kind of gonna look at her, and then I'm gonna look at you and say, she says she wants to learn how to read it because she believes it's of use to them, to her. So just don't try to take it, but I'm sure she would share, like, let us look at it. Just not take it, is what I'd say.
Do your friends not know how to speak Goblin?
I'd look at Gneeks and I'd be like, no, they don't.
Wow. Coming to Guhadha'xa and not learning Goblin, that's really rude.
I'll speak in dwarf. Oh, well, I don't know what she said. Never mind.
I will look at Gneeks and say, my apologies. I was born of. Well, I was born under the tutelage of a goblinoid.
That's pretty neat. Well, at least they got you. At least I can talk to one of you. I caught belly of the other stuff they said, like common. It's if I ever plan on really traveling from Guhadha'xa, maybe I'll learn it more. But right now, I'm good.
I'm gonna tell Gneeks. I told them that they can't take the book from you, like not to take the book at all. But like maybe if they can look at it, like. But I said, absolutely do not take the book for themselves, because it's your book.
Exactly, I found it. It's my book.
Yeah, it's your book. But do you mind if we take a small peek at the book, or maybe scribble? What is it called? Transfer paper in the book.
You mean like make another book from this book?
Yeah. Do you mind if we do?
I don't see why not. In fact, like, I don't know. If you like, maybe if you could write this other book in Goblin for me, then that'd be really useful.
Honestly, I was literally just thinking that Kriv could translate from Dwarvish to Common, and then Kure could translate it Common to Goblin. Just give them the Goblin. That was literally going through my head this whole time.
Yeah, but that would take even longer, wouldn't it? Though I do know comprehend language.
We're not learning the language. We're just literally writing it out.
We're rewriting it.
Yeah, it's all how big the book is would be how long it would take.
It's not also exactly a book. It's like looks like notes that at some point had a hole punched through it and then just bound together. But it's all
I'm gonna look at everybody and be like, "Do we have paper?"
I have paper.
I need paper.
Tons of paper.
I have some paper.
Hey, paper and a quill, please.
I don't have a quill. I have charcoal.
Rivet has writing materials.
Also, paper would have decayed this entire time. These notes are all like carved into like slate. So there's like it would probably be a much smaller book once you put it in paper.
Oh my gosh,
But-
that's interesting.
It's funny because it was in here, but it just, because of its materials and that, just looked like a stack of materials, basically. So yeah, they put it on. They get up and they reach up and put it on this workbench over here. And also, yes, this is basically a series of thin stone tablets, bound together, and she seems to have zero trouble carrying it.
I'm gonna ask her to lay them out in order, readable order, or like wait, we can't read it. Never mind.
Hold on.
You can read it.
I know. It was on this one. I think this is the one it was on when I looked at it first, but I don't know. Seems to be the start of this metal thing that is kind of bound to it.
Gonna wave Kriv over and say, we want to translate this to goblin, to gobby, gob. But
I do not speak Goblin, but
if you write it,
I could translate it to common, and then you can therefore go for common Goblin.
I will nod happily, and I will inform the gobby Gnegs. I will inform Gnegs that we are going to work on translating this book for her.
Ah, great.
See if we can get some writing materials from Rivet. And Kriv will sit down with this book and do his best to translate from Dwarvish to Common, getting as much of the alliteration and spirit of what it is. Some things don't always translate one to one, so he's going to try and since we're then going to further translate it, he wants to make sure this is as close to the source that is usable without it being a game of telephone, if you get me.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Rivet might be able to help consult a little bit on that because of her proficiency with Smith's tools. And
Maybe,
also her...
But it depends on how the techniques work versus what Rivet knows and is able to do it.
A lot of, if I remember correctly, I could be completely misremembering, but on Alcor, or in Alcor, a lot of Gnomish and Dwarvish like techniques and cultures got kind of melded together. But
yeah. Okay. As you're kind of like proofreading it before you try and translate it, Miles, this isn't exactly a how-to guide. These are the notes of a smith that already knew what he was doing, but wanted to like write things down, just in case he like it's more that he knows it. He wrote this down so that if he had someone he's trying to like teach, like an intern or whatever, or an apprentice, he could be like, right, here's like materials needed, roughly heats and times, but like the technique does not translate well into text. At least when it's Like, you can't exactly write that. Well, you can write it down, but it probably wouldn't make much sense as to, like, how hard to swing your hammer, which size hammer to use. Like, you know, like, it's informative, but it kind of acquired a base knowledge, as it were. Like, this is handy to a dwarven smith or a smith, but also given the difference in tools and like a lot of tools and the furnaces and stuff like that haven't exactly changed much, but some of it might still be a bit like outdated. But then again, some of those techniques are better because they're outdated in the best way. So yeah, you kind of definitely have to read a page before you can start writing the first word of it. So what I'm going to say is that this is a history check. If you're running what you plan on writing through Rivet's knowledge of smithing, I'd give you advantage on it.
Advantage history check. Oh boy, dice gods! If ever there was a time. Do I get guidance on this?
If Rivet's helping, I don't. Well, probably.
Nekure can guidance.
Yes, that's also true. Nikari is involved in this anyway.
Just asking before I roll if things are.
Bardic Inspiration. Boof.
Well,
Okay.
guidance is a cantrip, so you can just cast it over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, and
Yes,
Bardic
guidance.
Inspiration can also do that. So cool. I get a D8 and a D4 to add advantage. Here we go. Okay. So here's the D4 for guidance,
Oh.
and then the D8 for the Bardic Inspiration.
Ah.
23.
I have two things. First, Rivet will, through her insight, offer as much of her insight as she is able to, and give a flash of genius just to make this as high quality as possible. And while she's helping out, she will occasionally write down any information that seems like useful to her into her own notebook
Well,
in a language she understands.
yeah. Well, the idea is like maybe Rivet could then, since we're translating a separate copy into Goblin, Rivet would be able to
Yeah,
keep this.
Rivet will
this,
just also be taking notes in common.
Well, that's what we're writing down.
Yeah,
So
you're
I'm
getting a copy in common, and then you'll be making a copy in Goblin. So you
I
have
thought
two
we were-
copies.
Oh, I thought we were making a copy. Okay, I thought we were making a copy directly into Goblin.
No, because I can't do that.
No, but you can translate Dwarvish into Common.
Which is what I'm doing on
And
paper. And then
and
the
Nikure can.
paper.
Yeah,
And
I thought you were just reading it aloud, effectively.
No,
Well,
Okay.
I'm
it's kind of,
writing down.
I guess
I've got it now.
kind of have to read out some parts to Rivet to run it by. Like, this is what it says in common. How does it make sense to you? Okay, that's how we write it down. Like,
Yeah, exactly. That's how I understand the price.
so that
The
brings it up
process.
to a 28 with the Flash of Genius.
Yes.
All right, you start making this Smith notes, which again, I'd say, yeah, this is not a how-to from scratch. This is you already know how to smith stuff. This is an advanced textbook, you know? It doesn't teach you everything up to that point. It's like, from here, this is how you can do this. Like, all right, so you've got your physics degree, right? Here's the textbook on metaphysics. Like, okay, right, yeah, you do a pretty good job. You're pretty happy with it. It basically takes the rest of the day into when you would make rest and camp and whatnot. and then you're basically gonna have to. Nakure will in the morning be able to translate to Goblin, which thankfully, Goblin being quite a language that's used by multiple goblinoid races, kind of has the same mixed together structure from various other aspects as Common does. Like, whereas Dwarvish was for dwarves. This is how we do it. Therefore, translating from Common to Goblin is a lot more direct than Dwarvish to Common. However, just to make sure that you know your Common correctly and can write it into Goblin correctly, I guess you would need to make your...
I do have a question. So we slept, was it a long rest?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you would have hung out with Ganeeks for the night, who would have just started rambling about various things that she's done. Like, she has this... I wouldn't call it a sword or an axe. I would call it somewhere kind of in between. Commonly known as a goblin chopper.
It's a chopper. That's cool.
Like it's like it comes up in like a machete, but then it's got like that round, like instead of being an axe head shape, it's just like the sword goes up, and instead of having a point, it goes round to have like a almost like a club like head to it, but it's a blade.
Cool.
So it's like a pick with a piece of meat on it, basically. But the meat is part of the blade. I feel like it.
I know there is a blade that actually has that kind of shape to it. It's like I'd probably have to go watching like multiple episodes of like Forged in Fire until I found it. Like, but yeah, she'd be talking to Nikure for most of the night. Seems that Goblin is her strongest language.
I mean, she's kind of cute.
And she's just like sure, you know, being a smith and that you think, you know, big arms and stuff like that. But I learned from a buddy of mine, the one thing you actually need, and she just reaches into her pack, pulls out an apple, and just crushes it in her hand, is grip strength. And I got plenty of that. Like, look at that. She just starts eating the apple that she just crushed, like, out of her hand, just like, oh.
Adorable. I just adorable. It's just the Curry's gonna lose it and just like.
So, any fun stuff you've been up to with your oh wait, they don't speak Goblin. Nakura, dog, go. Nakuri. Curry. Hungry now. Apple. Yeah, any fun stories?
Well, we went into this cave network, and while I was wading through some water, I came up. Well, the whole group came upon like these big guys, and I got all big in front of them with like I lifted up and I show her like the whole like expression I did when I made myself bigger than I actually was for a moment. And when I rolled that like 20,
yeah,
and I just kind of like,
you got all you. That's pretty cool. I guess you can be pretty scary when you want to. I can too. I mean, look at this. She's kind of just grits her teeth and she's like, eh, and just holds her sword up. She's like, eh.
It kind of looked like I want to lift her on my shoulder, just like have her be a part of the group now. I look fondly at her and I'm just like smiling.
All right.
New pet goblin.
That
Yes.
does bring us to the usual time we would stop. So yeah, you chatter on through the night and through the rest of the next day. It's cuts into your rations again, so make sure to mark that. Doesn't have to be
Is there
super
a-
accurate. It's just like, yeah.
I'm gonna kind of inquire with the goblinoid. With her. I'm gonna be like, are there any like berry patches or food things around here? Anything other than those apples? You know?
Oh no, I brought the apples with me.
Yeah, we're in
No.
a cave.
Nothing grows down here. No.
Nothing. No, not even
No.
like. Not even.
I mean, there's some mushrooms, but I wouldn't eat those.
Yeah, mushrooms. You never know.
But no, this is just rock. And rock, and then like big portions of air that probably lead to more rock. But they're like, there's a lot of air before the rock. Therefore, like, it's not going to be good when you hit that rock. Be a lot of pain and probably dying.
Uh,
I mean,
I'm
there's water, but
I'm gonna work on translating that book while she occasionally talks to me. And,
well, I guess you could do the same thing when you kind of like start writing it down in Goblin. And she's reading it. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, we're gonna decipher it together. What do I roll for this? History.
It'd be just a straight up like language roll. I don't know if there is such a thing really. Make it an intelligence check.
Okay.
I guess go history again. Like keep
I
it the
did
same for
intelligence.
languages. That's fine.
I got a 6.
Whoa, Cosmo Keeper. Thank you so much for the raid. We're actually just starting to close up here. Oh, you sweetie. Hey, Oniharu. Hello, Dimok Davis.
If we did history, I would have. Yeah, I got a 6.
So that would have been a 10. Okay, roll with advantage because, like, she's gonna be using her knowledge as well. So just roll one more time. Thank you so much for the follow, DeMarc Davis. Let me take you little spare rib. I'm gonna take these bandages. I'm gonna wrap you all up nice and cozy. I'm gonna put you over here with the others so you can be nice and snug. And oh wait, history was the same modifier. Okay, and then welcome to the modified. All right. Hey, Cosmos.
What? That's weird.
Thankfully, as I said before. Sorry, what's weird?
Well, it's weird that history would be the same modifier because if they're proficient, they would have the proficiency bonus. But if they're not as a bard, they'd get jack of all trades bonus. So it's weird that it's the same modifier.
That is weird. Unless jack of all trades is adding on to the intelligence as well.
Maybe. What's your intelligence score?
Intelligence score is 13.
So this is a +1, so.
Oh yeah, so it is adding to the intelligence check.
Yeah. Okay, so 12. Thankfully, as I said before, translating from common to goblin is more of a direct process. So you feel pretty confident that you've written a book in goblin that should be helpful. You're pretty convinced of that.
I really want to befriend her and take her with us.
I mean, that's nice and all,
DM,
but
please, I'm on my hands and knees. I am begging you.
I got.
Can I try to seduce her to get to join us?
You can make a persuasion roll, yes.
Okay.
But then suddenly, like, cute doggo that we write book with suddenly become horny. Like, what?
I just really want her to join us.
Dogs do that. I don't know.
Cute doggo suddenly just like goes from, hey, let's write this book together, like, hey, let's make music together.
Oh, well?
Oh, whoa?
About what I'm hearing going on right now.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no.
Oh no!
It doesn't even.
Oh, no. Social awkwardness.
It's not that. It's that she seems to be completely oblivious that you're trying to be seductive. And it's just taking you as just kind of talking still. And she's, oh, Oniharu, hold on one moment. I will redeem
It's
that.
Oh, hey, let's make music together. Sorry, I don't play an instrument.
Yeah, exactly.
Classic.
I mean, I guess I could,
Classic
like,
natural
I got a
one.
hammer and an anvil that could make, like, a sound.
Clang, clang. Yeah, it could be like a cowbell.
Anyway, Oniharu,
I'm dying.
I see that redeem there. The cutie is looking for a simple little thing. She just looks at you and she's like, oh, no, that, I don't know. I'm trying to do this whole smithing thing, and, like, it'd be really important for, like, Guhadha'xa and, like, my family if I can get good at this, and then I start getting it working, and then I can, like, start making more money. We could live a lot better. I mean, we live okay, but you know, I can start making stuff really cool. I can sell it all, and then, like, I can get like 2 beds.
I'm gonna nod my head and be like, it's for God be kind, right?
Yeah, because, like, you know,
Bam bam.
I can get more, like, shiny things to put in my ears.
I'll kind of nod and you gonna be here for a while?
Probably. I mean, if I can get this working, then there's no need. Like, I won't need to try and make money to, like, build a forge. I can just use this. But then again, oh god, trying to ship product, and I get no foot traffic here. I don't want to be coming to buy stuff from here. But hey, I can make stuff, and then I can try and get it back to Guhadha'xa. You know what? I'll work on it. You
Tell her. I'm gonna hand her I'm gonna say bless your heart, and I'm gonna hand her like 20 gold, and I'm gonna say, and call it an investment, okay?
oh well, she kind of takes a coin out, chews on it. Yeah, no, that's I like you, Nagura. You're a good puppo. She like reaches up and waits for you to come down so she can pet you on the head.
Lower my head,
Just
like, instinctively.
completely oblivious to any sort of romantic feeling, just completely platonic, like, oh, good doggo.
And I'm gonna like give my leg a little shake, not like a full kick, but like just a little tremble, I guess.
Alrighty. And that's where we'll leave the session for today. But it's a hydrate and a stretch from Oniharu. So as we come to the end of the session, everyone health check. Drink your water, stretch.
Oh, text.
First that kobold and now this goblin. DM, you're gonna have to give us just a silly little guy to keep as a pet.
Your party has
Hey,
enough
they are-
strength as it is.
They are people. They are thinking people. They cannot be pets.
They are mascots.
Mascots.
Mascots. Yep.
Sidekicks.
Companions.
Companions.
Mhm.
That has multiple meanings.
Maybe even lovers.
Well, I mean, people can be pets if they want to be. Okay.
That's
Let's
their
leave Deku out of
choice.
this.
Well, mm, I'm offended that you thought about Deku first.
It's okay. You're a good girl too, Maxine.
Okay.
Right. Let's find someone to raid. We got Monmon Orc playing some Apex. We should go see Monmon Orc. We like a Monmon Orc. But thank you so much for the raid, Cosmos. We're gonna take this love train onwards. But as always, everyone, thank you all for joining our party in this adventure for this week. This has been Dungeons and Dragons Dragonfall. And oh, I'm sorry, Jenerikin. It's okay. I'll probably be streaming something tomorrow, but every Thursday it will be my D&D stream. And hey, Deadfire. Wow, so many people coming in right as I'm finishing. Oh no. My usual start time is like 4 hours and 10 minutes ago for the D&D every Thursday. But I appreciate everyone who's here, and you'll like Monmon. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're finishing. We have a 4-hour like slot for the game. But yeah, sorry. I hope to see you in my next stream. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
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 Yeah. And all of you, please, as always, be good to yourself, excellent to one another, and crit your enemy. Until next time. Mwah.
I don't think so, because that's going to be a constant sweat fest.